We'll call this meeting to order. Do we have a motion to go into closed session as stated in the printed agenda?
Motion to go in closed session?
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a
Second.
second? All right, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. We are in closed session. We'll call this meeting to order. The Orange County Board of Education pledges to its citizens to conduct its business in a courteous and productive manner, showing respect for fellow board members, staff, and its citizens. The board asks its citizens to conduct themselves in the same courtesy towards both school personnel and each other. A moment of silence will be observed before each meeting. In addition to the moment of silence, the board will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. The board asks that you check your cell phones and other electronic devices to be certain they're either turned off or on vibrate to avoid interruptions of the meeting. For the safety of all participants, please refrain from bringing or eating any food items that contain nuts or nuts products. All right, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we'll take a moment of silence. All right, we'll get started tonight with our recognitions.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm Jeff Coeek. I'm the Chief of Human Resources. I'm up here with Mariah Morris, our Strategic Director. We are very happy to be here because to talk with you about a very special event. As you know, we are all committed in Orange County Schools to finding and hiring a qualified and diverse staff now and in the years to come. HR is very thankful that we get to partner with our wonderful department and school leaders in this effort. One particular valued partner is our academics department, who can share some more information about this one particular effort that you're going to hear about tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Coeek. Well, on behalf of all of the future teachers in the room, we're really excited to share more about our partnership with the North Carolina Teaching Fellows. Through their pilot grant, we received $55,000 this year to start our efforts with the future teachers of Orange County Schools. We've partnered with the most amazing teacher leaders. Very early on in the program, we realized this program would live or die based on the staff that we chose. And so I'm so proud to have Ms. Raina Grace Shaw representing Cedar Ridge High School, Mr. Xavier Adams, and Ms. Jen Griffin representing Orange High School. So I'm actually going to turn it over to them to share with you guys a little bit about the programs that we've been developing and the students' interest in the most amazing profession in the world, teaching.
Hello, my name is Raina Shaw, and I am a teacher at Cedar Ridge High School. I teach multiple different subjects, but I always say to know me is to know that I love my profession. So I was very honored when I was asked to be the advisor of the Future Teachers Club at Cedar Ridge. So I feel very fortunate to not only be able to hopefully inspire the students in my club, but also help them just build some leadership skills and yeah. So I'm going to turn it to Pei Tai Clark, who is our president.
Hello, everyone. My name is Peitai Clark. I'm a junior at Cedar Ridge High School, and today I'll be talking to you guys a little bit about some of the field trips that we've taken. Thanks to Future Teachers Club, we've been able to go to University of North Carolina at Charlotte, NCA&T, and on Friday we'll be going to Appalachian State University. During these visits, we've learned about teaching fellows, and also we've been able to learn about different pathways in education. As you can see in the photos, we've had lots of fun while gaining useful information to see which pathway would fit us best. Now I will be introducing Melanie Munoz.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Melanie Munoz, and I'm currently a sophomore at Cedar Ridge High School. I am our vice president and our social media manager for our club. And today I'm going to be talking about recommendations of success for our club. So firstly, I want to introduce the idea of kind of going to middle schools and elementary schools more often. I find that children are really good with consistency. So with that, I want to bring in the idea of pen pals and volunteer hours for any students that would need it. So maybe in the mornings or after schools. Another recommendation that I have is cross collaborations with different clubs at our school, like BSU, Red Cross, just any clubs, we have a variety. And our last recommendation that I have for you guys is maybe pursuing this club into a class one day for any educators that would be interested, any future educators that would be interested. And now I'm going to turn you over to Christian Garcia. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Kristen Garcia Castellanos and I'm a sophomore and I'm the service coordinator for Future Teachers Club over at Cedar Ridge High School. Today I'm going to be talking about some of the club's goals. We practice a variety of teaching strategies, but we also prioritize learning skills that can be used in any profession. Of course, we encourage members of our club to become teachers, but we also explore about career pathways other universities offer in education. Lastly, Cedar Ridge Future Teachers Club would like to thank all of you for giving us the opportunity to present up here today. Thank you. And now I'll pass it over to Orange High School.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Griffin. I am one of the co-sponsors with Mr. Xavier Adams at Orange High School. I kind of just want to reiterate what Raina said. It's been a joy and a pleasure to create this pilot program this year and figure things out as it goes along. You guys know how it is. But to really kind of see our students blossom from students who may be interested in education to knowing about opportunities that they had no idea existed before and kind of understanding the world that education can open for them. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Cora, one of our founding students.
Hi everyone, my name is Cora Syed. I'm a sophomore at Orange High School and I'm going to be talking about our lunch and learns. So during meetings, we'll bring in teacher panels and they'll talk about the joys and challenges of their jobs, and it gives us like a really great perspective of what it would be like to be a teacher. We also have teachers come in and talk about their budgets with us, which is really helpful because a lot of people say they don't want to be teachers because the pay is too low. And we learn that with the right planning, you really can live a life like any other profession. And we also have some special guests coming in at future Lunch and Learns. Rupin Fafiaro from NCDPI is coming on May 1st, and school board members on May 8th. So that'll be really exciting. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katie Side, and I'm a sophomore at Orange High School. I founded the branch of the Future Teacher Club called Inspire Ed. And I originally started this club with more of a singular focus on teacher appreciation. However, after more consideration, we shifted that mission towards something even more vital, which is inspiring the next generation of educators. While the primary goal is recruitment and inspiration, we still believe that appreciation is the foundation of that mission, and that if students see that teachers are happy and celebrated, they're much more likely to pursue the career path for themselves. So this year, as you can see in the pictures, we started off by doing multiple projects, including hosting a booth at Ag Day, where we hosted a stand that a lot of teachers came, a lot of students came to, and they wrote just like personal notes of appreciation towards all the teachers. And then we paired this with a winter appreciation event where we set up a hot chocolate stand in the teachers' lounge, and we covered the walls with all of those appreciation notes so that teachers could really see how valued they are around the school. And from the feedback I got from all the other teachers, and I got a few emails too from them, this seemed to be something that they really valued, and it really just brought up their days and brought a lot of joy and lifted their spirits. So yeah, with Inspire Ed, we really, and the other branches of Future Teacher Club, we are dedicated to bringing extra positive moments to the campus and ensuring that the future of education starts right here at Orange High School in Cedar Ridge. Now we're going to have Jake Timmons come up and speak.
Hello, my name is Jake Timmons, and I'm a sophomore at Orange High School. I'm a member of the Future Teachers Club, and I'll be talking about the students' panels that we had at Orange High School. These panels give students the opportunity to speak with the state superintendent and school administrators about our experiences, classrooms, and the atmosphere of the school. These panels are important because they provide insight on what's actually happening inside the school, both positive and negative. One of the main reasons why we do these panels is because if you want to improve a school, you can't do it from a bird's eye view. You have to get on the ground where the students are to actually truly learn what school is like. The panels help students feel heard and valued. In return, it allows us to work together to create a good community for the entire school. To students and teachers, and it's inspiring to see our administrators and superintendents listen to our voices and use it to create positive school in our county. Now, I would like to call up Xavier Adams.
Hello, I just want to say special thanks to Ms. Shaw, Ms. Griffin. It's been an amazing experience to not only collaborate with someone in my school building, but to also do cross-district planning. This is my first experience with that, and it's been such an amazing and enriching experience to exchange ideas with different educators and to see the passion that they are able to instill into our future educators. And to the students, thank you so much for your consistency as well. We've asked you to show up at school very early in the morning for field trips at 6 a.m. We've also asked you to do things on the weekends, and every single time you've risen to the occasion. So I'm really grateful for y'all. And I think at this point we're doing pictures. Yes? Yep, awesome.
Good job. I'm excited. Thank you. Great job. Very excited for our future. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. That was great. This is what you were doing. You all did a great for leading them.
All right. If you're a member of the board, make sure you're not getting stuck back there. There you go. So two sisters need you to spread apart just about 6 inches. There you go. Gotcha, Ms. House. Very good. Okay. Thank you all. On the count of 3. 1, 2. Mr. Xavier, getting a little tighter, please. Thank you. Turn toward the center. There you go. 1, 2, and that got it. Thank you.
Good evening again, everyone. This is a fun night for me as well. So in addition to being able to welcome and congratulate hopefully excellent OCS employees in the future, I also have the distinct pleasure to talk about recognizing current employees, and that in particular are 4 classified employees of the month for January, February, March, and April. Our classified employee of the month, this is a process by which a principal, supervisor, or district leader can nominate an employee. We have an internal team from HR, communications, and the superintendent's office who vote on the qualifications of all the nominees. We do not know their names. All the voters don't know their names, the people's names, where they work, and then one is selected. The employee gets a surprise visit from HR and supervisors at their work site. We have 2 wonderful sponsors, Kim's Bake Shop and Jersey Mike's, who provide well-appreciated gifts of free food, basically a free half dozen gourmet donuts and a free sub. And without further ado, I would like to call up those of our awardees who are here tonight to stand with me. I will introduce each one of them briefly, and then at the end they can come and you can offer them as board members your congratulations. So can we get Diana Cherokee, Joanna Canone, Jacqueline Whitted, and Natasha Mitchell, if you are able to come and stand up here with me while I start extolling them. So when I call your name, just take a step forward so everybody knows who we're talking about. So first, our January winner, Diana Cherokee, is an ECTA at Hillsborough Elementary School. Although she's only worked for 2 years in OCS, she has made a huge impact. She goes above and beyond to support the students she works with and ensures that everyone around her has what they need. She shows up every day with a positive attitude and always brings her best. She creates resources, collects data, and brings warmth to not only her students, but to teachers, staff, and the rest of the Dolphins. The staff and students love Ms. Diana, and we are so grateful that she is part of the team. Okay? Our February winner was Joanna Canone, teacher assistant at New Hope Elementary School, again for the past 2 years. Ms. Joe, as the students lovingly call her, shows up with a positive attitude every day, even when her day-to-day schedule shifts, as they can do. She approaches each challenge with a determination to always do what's best for students. There is not a part of the New Hope Elementary School campus that she hasn't pitched in to help with. We couldn't make it through the day without her. Her nomination says, and I need to note that the brief but extremely festive New Hope Elementary School celebration parade for Ms. Joe was a vivid demonstration of how much the staff and students appreciate her every day. Okay. Next up, our March winner, Jacqueline Whitted, a teacher assistant at Central Elementary School for the past 15 years with Orange County School Service even before that. Ms. Whitted is described as an unofficial 4th teacher from her 1st grade team and plays a key role in instruction by leading small groups during core instructional blocks. She knows the 1st grade standards and plans with intentionality for her small groups, using high leverage strategies for teaching early literacy and early numeracy skills. Ms. Whitted is also the site leader for the YMCA after-school program and still comes to work each morning with boundless energy as if she just got back from a luxury cruise. As one teacher states, she is the heart of our workplace, warm, inviting, and unfailingly kind to everyone she meets. Her patience and caring nature create an environment where students and staff feel genuinely supported and valued. Finally, our April winner, Ms. Natasha Mitchell, our bus driver, nominated by River Park Elementary School, has been driving a bus for us for about 8 years. What truly sets Ms. Mitchell apart is her commitment to building meaningful connections with the students she serves. She takes the time to learn their names and understand their personalities and needs. The level of care goes far beyond her daily responsibilities and reflects her genuine passion for her role as an educator. In addition to her kindness, Ms. Natasha is incredibly dependable, and we like that in our bus drivers. She is always punctual, reliable, and ready to support the team in any way needed. Please, everyone, join me in applauding these great OCS employees.
Hauser, can I get you to shift to your left a couple inches? There you go. Mr. Richmond, you're taller. All right, everybody, looking this way. On the count of 3. 1, 2, and thank you. We got it. Congratulations.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Jones, and members of our community. April is Autism Awareness and Acceptance Month. This month builds awareness, understanding, and acceptance for students with autism in our schools. Autism, or autism spectrum disorder, reflects one way the human brain develops and learns. This is the heart of our neurodiversity, the recognition that differences in thinking and processing are natural and valuable. Students with autism bring important strengths to our classrooms. Students often show strength, focus, creativity, honesty, and attention to details. Classrooms grow stronger because of these contributions. Our schools continue to build spaces where students can learn as their authentic selves. Educators use supports and strategies to help students access learning and feel a sense of belonging. A deep interest becomes a strength to build on. Sensory breaks become a tool for self-regulation and success. Families of students with autism show deep commitment and advocacy. Families partner with schools, share insight, and support growth each day. Teacher assistants, related service providers show skill and care each day. Speech therapists, occupational therapists, physical therapists, and school psychologists support communication, independence, and access to learning. Adults with autism also bring an important perspective. Adults with autism share lived experience, guide our understanding, and help schools continue to grow and show how we support and grow and how we support students. Inclusive practices support all learners. Strategies such as visual schedules, clear expectations, and flexible seating create classrooms that are calm, structured, and accessible for every student. Every student deserves to be seen, respected, and valued. Every student deserves the chance to thrive. Thank you for your continued commitment to recognizing the beauty of autism and building schools where every student belongs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers.
Good evening, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, members of the board, Dr. Jones, and everyone gathered here to celebrate the amazing people who make things happen every day in Orange County schools. I'm fortunate to come on this side of the mic for a minute and share Assistant Principal Week. As you can see, I've shared on the screen something that I often bring up when I'm in this space, which is that we use our social media platforms and our website to bring up and elevate the things that we value most. And we've spent time during the week of April 6th through 10th recognizing our assistant principals, some of whom are here in the room, most of whom are at home recovering and preparing for another very long day. They're the ultimate utility player on the field. There's nothing that someone in the school does day in and day out that the assistant principal doesn't have to be ready to jump in and do right away for any number of reasons. And that's why, although we're going to hear some very exalted celebrations for some members of our staff and who have been leaders for a very long time, in Washington, D.C. just last week, there was a National Assistant Principal of the Year also recognized. That's not a spoiler. That recognizes the value of this profession. And so we'd like to say thank you. We join the National Association of Elementary School Principals and the National Association of Secondary School Principals, which will be combining in July to become one unified principals association for the country. In recognizing these unsung heroes of our public schools, our assistant principals who are counted on to contribute to school-wide success in some of the smallest and some of the biggest ways every day. We'd like to recognize our assistant principals, and if any are here tonight, we hope they'll stand up and we hope that they will hear their names when we call them out. It's worth remembering them by name. Wynn Payton, Heather Witherspoon, Dr. Bonnie Carmen, Kate Ellison, Sam Wilkins, Chris Palmer, Mark English, Michael Pulver, Intisar Hamidullah, John Wood, Alexis McGill, Craig Dodson, Chris Campbell, Hunter Lancaster, Robin Lohman, Michelle Fournier, John Howes, Janji Hamby, and Amanda Bowler-Atz. These dedicated administrators were celebrated on social media during the week of April 6th. Thank you, assistant principals, for sharing your information with Jayla Davis, our communications specialist. It makes a huge difference when you do that. They play a vital role in ensuring that each and every student and staff member in all of our schools feel safe, seen, and supported, from creating a positive environment that facilitates the academic success of every student, to furthering the efforts of principals and fellow educators in service to our students every day. Please join us in thanking, on behalf of everyone in Orange County Schools, and celebrating our assistant principals for Assistant Principal Week. And please follow us on Facebook and Instagram for more like this.
Just a moment. With that, Dr. Jones.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm a rule follower, and this is not up next on the agenda. So we're going to do it anyhow. And when the board gives their comments, typically I give superintendent comments. These are them. So don't look for more comments after this. Yes. We apologize for the delay, but good evening, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Wendy Padilla, members of the board, students, staff, and community members. This evening, we're going to recognize an extraordinary leader, someone who represents the very best of Orange County schools and public education across our nation. For the first time in our district's history, or so I'm told by our historian, Ms. Purcell here, we are celebrating a National High School Principal of the Year, Mr. Jason Johnson. Shy. Now, Mr. Jason Johnson, principal of Orange High School. This recognition is not just about a title, it's about impact. It's about the countless hours, the unwavering commitment, and the deep belief that every child deserves to be seen, supported, and successful. Mr. Johnson embodies what it means to pour everything you have into a community. He leads with purpose, he leads with integrity, and he leads with his heart. Mr. Johnson is a leader of leaders. He puts students first in every decision he makes. He advocates fiercely for his staff, ensuring they feel valued, they feel supported, and empowered to do their best work. I have seen it firsthand. And over the past year, he has stepped into a larger stage advocating across the state of North Carolina for educators at every single level. On a personal note, I want to say how proud I am of you for everything you have accomplished in your 20 plus years in education. I'm proud to serve this community alongside you. Thank you for all that you do for each and every student. What an inspiration for your future teacher clubs, both at Orange High School and for Cedar Ridge, and what an inspiration for the principals that are here to support you as well. I'm proud to be your superintendent. I'm proud to continue serving here with you. I can't wait to see what you're going to do on the national level, or what work it's going to put me to. But I'm here for it because you deserve it, and we're going to be here cheering you on wherever it takes you. So thank you again, Mr. Jason Johnson.
Well, I was wondering what those principals are doing back there. Are y'all really here? That is super sweet of y'all. I truly appreciate it. This is an honor, to be able to represent North Carolina and Orange County schools on a national stage. It definitely means a lot. I also want to say it's awesome to work in a state where we have a governor and a state board of education, as well as a state superintendent who fiercely fights for public education. It's awesome to work in a district in Orange County where the county commissioners, they support us, the school board support us. It's also awesome to work in a district where we got a superintendent who is pushing hard on behalf of kids. That's truly appreciated. But most importantly, it's awesome to work at Orange High School. Orange High School is an addiction. It is absolutely an addiction. That's why I went back. It's a great community with great people. I know we got some Cedar Ridge people in here tonight, but I love Orange High School. I appreciate my staff. I appreciate my assistant principals who's been lifting the school up all school year. It's truly appreciated. I need you all to do me a favor. As you see them in the community, as you see the assistant principals and my staff, thank them. Tell them of the job that they're doing, because I constantly hear from central office that they're doing a great job when I'm out of the building. And it will mean so much to them if you can just say thank you, because they're keeping it rolling. They are keeping it rolling. I truly want to thank the students at Orange High School. And a lot of the interviews that I've done, I'm telling everybody this is the best generation yet. This generation is not filled with hate. They're just flat out awesome. And finally, I got to thank my family. And it's very important that I say their names: Jason, Addison, Ava, and Aiden. And of course, my wife. They've sacrificed a lot for Orange High School. I missed a lot of first steps. I missed a lot of stuff. So they've sacrificed a lot. So when you see them out, thank them. Just say thank you. With that said, I love each and every one of you, and let's make sure we have a great Panther night.
All right, I can make that work. Thank you, everybody. On the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3, and bear with me. Yeah. You got this. All right, everybody ready? Sorry, y'all.
All right. All right, next we have our agenda adoption. I am aware of 2 items to pull: the financial report and the enterprise fund. And also I have a request to add to item 3, a discussion on the traditional calendar for this year.
Motion to approve the agenda with mentioned changes. Second.
A motion is second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Next, we have our Orange County Schools Local Board Budget Passage Resolution. And tonight, we'll get started with Ms. Purcell.
Again, this is the Orange County Board of Education Local Budget Resolution urging budget passage. Whereas North Carolina General Statute 143C-4-1 states the General Assembly shall create a budget for 2 fiscal years beginning on July 1st of each odd-numbered year. And whereas it is 9 months into fiscal year 2026 and a current Operations Appropriations Act has not yet been enacted by the General Assembly, and
whereas Orange County Schools receives approximately 51% of its funding from state appropriations and builds its budgets according to those appropriations. And whereas the 2026 short session convenes tomorrow on April 21st, less than 1 month before local boards must submit their budgets to county commissioners. And
Whereas the Orange County School and Chapel Hill Carbo City School District's county government have had to plan the fiscal year 2027 budget without knowledge of state appropriations for the current fiscal year, let alone the next one. And whereas the amount of state appropriations impacts the allocation of federal and local funds, as well as the requests made of local governments within the budget process for expenditures, including teacher supplements. And
whereas, despite the provision in North Carolina General Statute 143C-5-4 subsection B for budget continuation of recurring funds at the level of the previous fiscal year, the failure to pass a biennial budget has forced the Orange County Schools District to operate with significant budget uncertainty well into the current fiscal year. And whereas the Orange County School Board has been forced to adopt a final budget resolution which delays planned expenditures, including teacher supplements, restricts hiring, and prevents our district from committing funds for capital projects and other operational needs. And
whereas, despite provisions for step increases without passage of an Appropriations Act, salaries of approximately 408 employees in the Orange County School District are frozen at 2024-2025 levels. And whereas the lack of a budget and frozen pay scales coupled with a rise in premiums for district employees participating in the North Carolina State Health Plan has resulted in a net pay decrease for teachers and school employees in the Orange County School District. And
whereas Orange County Schools strives to meet nationally recommended staffing ratios for school health personnel requiring sufficient state appropriations to do so. And whereas the enrollment of exceptional children in Orange County schools is 16%, but state funding is capped at 13%, requiring the district to allocate approximately $2.4 million in local funds annually to cover the gap. And
now therefore be it resolved that the Orange County School Board of Education does hereby request that the North Carolina General Assembly immediately pass a 2026 Appropriation Act that mirrors the House proposal for all school employee salary in the second year of their proposed budget, Senate Bill 257, version 6, includes step increases at every level and provides education-based salary supplements, increases the public school repair and renovation fund from $50 million to $70 million as proposed in both the 2025 Senate and House budget plans. Allocate $27.9 million in reoccurring funds for 320 additional school health personnel positions, implements a weighted funding model for exceptional children funding, approximately $92.6 million reoccurring and $27.2 non-reoccurring per DPI, or in its absence, a minimum increase of the cap to 16% of allotted ADM. Be it further resolved that the school board chair and the superintendent of Orange County Schools are authorized to disseminate the resolution to members of the North Carolina General Assembly and the governor, and the board encourages parents, students, and other community members to contact their North Carolina legislators requesting that the General Assembly pass a state budget that includes the items listed above. Thank you all. All right. So now we are up to our
Mr. Atherton, you have to take action on that item.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Motion to approve the agenda, the resolution.
second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? Resolution carries. Thank you, board. All right. Next, we have our local budget 2027 public hearing.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, board members, superintendent, staff, and public. I am here this evening to present a abbreviated form of the budget that has been presented twice publicly to this point to allow for any comments surrounding it. Okay, next slide. And next slide, please. What you see here is key dates following this evening surrounding this budget. Once it's approved, it becomes the budget of the board, and it will be presented to the commissioners as a request for funding. From there, on May the 5th, the county manager will be providing his recommendation for funding. And then preceding that, you will see the dates that are listed there where the commissioners will be holding budget hearings as well as budget meetings. Next slide. Next slide. So as you've heard me talk about, we are funded based upon the number of students that we have in our schools. For fiscal year 27, we are projected to have a decline of 174 students, putting us at 7,751. Next slide shows the trend over the last 10 years, with the blue line being the number of students, the green line is our charter students, and of course the bar is our total enrollment. We know right now that we are projected already to take a reduction in our state allotments to the tune of roughly $1.6 million. As you can see here, these are the primary categories that we will be seeing these reductions that we know about at this time. Classroom teacher positions, as well as transportation, as well as exceptional children are some of the higher areas that we are anticipated to see large reductions. We're going to see roughly 13 positions as a result of this. Our continuation budget, I think it's important to remember that the funding that we did receive from the county for this current fiscal year did include pay increases in it at 3%. However, we don't have a state budget yet, and we also had to provide step increases to our certified staff that we received absolutely no funds for. So as a result, the funds that we received in our local budget had to be utilized to implement that. Next slide. Our continuation budget that we're asking for next year is $1.9 million that incorporates a 4% salary increase for our staff, as well as the associated benefit and retirement increases that we are anticipating, and a 4% non-personnel increase for the increases we're seeing in our other areas and our other expenditures. We do have an expansion request, again, for our third year, where we are asking, again, for funds to support increasing our certified teacher supplements 3%, increasing our classified supplement for our lowest band of classified staff. Currently, they receive 7. We are asking to be able to increase that to 9. And we're also asking in our expansion request to be able to increase our bus driver hourly pay scale to be equivalent to Chapel Hill, Carrboro City Schools. As you can see here, this is just a summary of our local continuation budget of the $1.9 million. Next slide is our expansion initiatives. Again, these are our requests for funding to the commissioners for them to consider in their upcoming budget to fund us. Both of these would be approximately $3.9 million and require a $504 per pupil increase. closing out, just want to lift up what our current fund balance is. It's roughly $5.5 million. Do want to take an opportunity, though, to follow up on the heels of an article that just came out from EdNC in regards to fund balances and those districts who are fortunate enough to have some. $5.5 million does look good on this graph, but I would like to say that if we got into an emergency situation, that would not be enough to sustain the district. Our local payroll for 1 month is over $2 million, and we know we're in a season of declining revenues from the state, and we also know that we're anticipating declining revenues from the federal government. So those fund balances are going to be helpful, but they are not going to fix it all. So I will take any questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have public comments. Do we have any public comments tonight?
Yes, we do.
Excellent.
We will now hear public comments. Speakers will be called in the order in which they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Yielding time to other speakers is not permitted. If a speaker has written materials they would like to share, please hand them to our board clerk, Franklin McCune, and he will distribute them to the board. The purpose of public comment is for the board to hear from members of the public, not to engage in back and forth discussion. Per policy, board members will not respond to speakers during the public comment session. The board greatly values feedback and welcomes all comments regardless of viewpoint. However, please be reminded that children are often present at these meetings and that our public comment policy prohibits profanity, vulgarity, and personal abuse of any person. We ask that all comments be civil, respectful, and free of personal attacks. Any speaker who violates our public comment period or otherwise exceeds the bounds of order and decorum will be given a warning. Continued violations may result in a speaker being ruled out of order, at which point we will have to move to the next speaker. Our first speaker is Christina Clark.
All right, members of the board, Dr. Jones, I'd like to start off by showing appreciation for the proposed budget that will be presented to the county commissioners. Thank you for requesting competitive supplement raises for both certified and classified staff who are desperately trying to keep up with the cost of living. Just the other day, I found out that one of my colleagues, a veteran teacher, has been selling her plasma so that she can make ends meet for her family. Sorry, I don't mean to scare the future teachers here. I wanted to speak tonight for my colleagues, specifically those who step up when events out of their control leave students in the lurch. Earlier this semester, my coworkers did just that. When students lost their teachers suddenly, our history teachers at Cedar Ridge stepped into the breach, gave up their planning periods, and kept quality instruction going for those students. Initially, my colleagues were told that they would only need to do this for a couple of weeks before someone was hired, and they were also told that every effort would be made to see that they were paid for their time. 10 weeks later, and neither of these promises were kept. Much has been made of precedent. These teachers were told that in order to avoid setting a precedent of paying teachers for their time, they would have to swallow their pride so that in future, other teachers would expect to give up their time as one of their extra duties in our contract. For example, when a teacher goes on maternity or paternity leave, we would be expected to pick up that teacher's planning and grading without any extra compensation. Why is this the precedent that we want to set? Should my colleagues feel guilty for starting a family? Do we want to create an environment of resentment? Is this ultimately serving our students and our community? My colleagues' feelings of duty towards students who were not their own were exploited. Should these teachers have requested a contract in writing? Apparently so, yet the board would have had to approve such a contract. Meanwhile, those students would have been stuck without a teacher for weeks. Will we ever step up for so-called extra duties again? Definitely not. This is the precedent that has been set. Is this what you wanted? Okay, since I have some extra time, I would also like to add that it is disappointing that our district has so far not been supportive of the march in Raleigh on May 1st for public education. While we understand the technicalities of inclement weather days, the scare tactics used in leadership meetings lately have been demoralizing and unnecessary. If you must punish us with Saturday school, so be it. It will be yet another disappointing precedent.
Our next speaker is Kristen Garcia.
Hello, Board of Education. My name is Kristen Garcia Castellanos, and I'm here to talk about events happening in my school. I am a student at Cedar Ridge High School, and unfortunately was part of the Civics Literacy Honors class that witnessed inappropriate content on a teacher's laptop screen, which led to their termination. As a result of this, teachers from our social studies department have taken over all of our civics honors classes and AP classes during what is supposed to be their planning periods. Earlier this week, we were informed that teachers doing these extra duties are not getting paid for any of this. With this information, I feel very upset with the fact that my teachers who are taking time out of their day aren't getting the money they deserve for all their hard work, such as grading, going over multiple different topics, and still managing to have that one-on-one experience that helps students. As wanting to be a teacher in my future career, I would hope that the rules don't stay this way and would change for the upcoming students who would want to work in the education industry in the future. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dominica Barron.
Good evening. My name is Dominica Barran, and I am an Orange County Schools parent. And I am here to support our amazing teachers at Cedar Ridge High School in the matter of fair pay for extra work. My overall message is that teachers, like everyone, have to get paid fairly and fully for all the work that they do. Our family moved to Hillsborough in 2011, when our daughter was 18 months old. When it came time to register for kindergarten, many other parents who we knew immediately tried to get their kids into charters, as if that was naturally somehow a better option. We were zoned for Central Elementary, which at the time had been going through some difficult times, and we knew other parents who were zoned for Central and who were very worried and tried all the ways to get out of that zoning. We visited Central and saw that it was a great school with great leadership. We chose to send our daughter there, and she had a wonderful experience. Our daughter has gone afterwards to Orange Middle and now to Cedar Ridge, where she is studying in the IB, International Baccalaureate Program, with the amazing teachers there. We chose Central, Orange Middle, and Cedar Ridge because we believe in public education wholeheartedly. But you cannot have public education without teachers. If we want to support public education, we have to support the people who make it happen. Of course, we all know that there are budgetary constraints in North Carolina. That is not a secret, and that this is not an easy time for public schools in North Carolina and on a federal level as well. But if there is one priority that we must focus on, it is the teachers. If teachers take on extra work, they should be compensated for it. They give their all to their students. No one should be expected to do unpaid work, to commit endless additional hours, without any sort of end in sight, as we just heard, without commensurate compensation. I hope that we can find a workable way to show our Cedar Ridge teachers and all our public school teachers that we truly appreciate what they do by compensating them for the extra hours that they take on. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for coming out to speak today. Next, we have board comments. We'll start with Ms. Purcell.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here. In the past few weeks, I had the pleasure of attending the job fair that was hosted this year by our HR department at Orange High School. It was very well attended. It was, I think, a fun event for a lot of people, and there were a lot of people there that were excited to be there and to talk about Orange County schools. So I was very impressed with what I saw. Last Monday, a week ago, I had the pleasure of touring the newly renovated Eflin Cheeks Global Elementary School with Sheriff Blackwood and Mariah Morris and the principal and several others at Eflin Cheeks. We had a great time talking with kids, seeing what they were doing, and just touring the upgrades that have been done and the renovations that have been done to Eflin Cheeks. It was fun. I also attended the Central Piedmont Livestock Show this year, which is always a fun event to go to. Attended a Parks and Recs committee meeting a week ago. And this morning, I had the honor of being at Orange High School, which I will agree with Jason Johnson is an addiction for some people, including myself. And as we celebrated Principal Johnson, and I can't tell you, and I've been here longer than everybody else, apparently, since I'm the historian tonight. But I have to tell everybody here that I have seen Mr. Johnson through the years. I have worked with him as a middle school principal when he was a middle school principal, and I was too. I've worked with him when he was in central office. I was a principal. We go back several years, and I have watched him grow immensely in each of the jobs that he has had. And I have to say that for me to sit here tonight, I have to tell you how proud I am of Mr. Johnson and all the accomplishments that he has brought to Orange County and the work that he is doing with students, including my grandson at Orange High School. And I just can't say enough that I'm just so proud of what you have done and everything you have accomplished. And you are shining the spotlight on Orange County schools with your work, and it is truly appreciated. So that ends my comments tonight.
Great. Well, just to piggyback on that last one, yes, Mr. Johnson, I was watching the banquet in the live stream, and when they started describing the winner and like, this person leads with love and this kind of stuff, I just burst into spontaneous tears. I was like, it's him. Very exciting, very well-deserved. Congratulations. We're very, very proud. And I know you are of your whole team and what you all are building there. So it's very special. I have really enjoyed the conversations in the planning process for the strategic plan. I think we've had another one of those sessions since our last meeting, and just really appreciate the thought and the collaboration and just the way that all has been structured. I'm excited about where we land with a future strategic plan. Enjoyed some time at partnership with Representative Price and Mr. English from the Hillsborough Town Board. Was that last week? That was great. And partnership is working on a beautiful garden. And so some of the students were hard at work out there filling garden boxes and everything, and hope to be growing produce, hopefully to send home with families, which I just thought was so cool. So that's exciting. Loved having the future teachers here and hearing about how robust those programs are, and just would bringing together the ideas of the future teachers, this resolution that we passed tonight, the upcoming advocacy effort on May 1st, I would just encourage everybody to advocate at the state level, at the local level, if you feel so moved, to increase funding for public schools in North Carolina. There are billions of dollars being channeled towards private schools and things like that. And our current staff and our future staff deserve that. So just would really encourage everybody to lend your voice to that in whatever way you see fit. And that's it.
Good evening. Really appreciate the focus on teachers and schools tonight and all the important members of the Orange County Schools team who've been recognized. And I loved having the future teachers here and the example of Mr. Jason Johnson and all levels of our school community working together. A couple of those young people I heard at the Color of Education, they participated in co-leading one of the workshops last fall. And I was so grateful that Mr. Johnson has been principal for some of my own kids. And one thing I always admired about him is how he fosters leaders, and he fosters leaders among students, and he lets them run with their ideas. And so change and new ideas happens at Orange High School, and I love that. And even as he's allowing all of this fun and funky leadership to happen, he shows up and he's there for all of it. And one of my favorite memories was one of a robotics event happening on the weekend that was an opportunity for students from other places, including, I don't know if they were private schools or charter schools, but different schools from across the state. Kids came with all different backgrounds, and the students facilitated how they had all the spaces that they need for their team in the school. And it just really took over Orange High School, and Mr. Johnson was there just smiling and watching everyone do their thing and lead. And I appreciate all the collaboration that he has with all the teacher leaders in this school, the folks here, and so I know that leadership works both ways, and I really appreciate your example in that. It continues to inspire me. So thank you.
Andre?
All right, thanks for the opportunity. I also attended the strategic plans meeting and really enjoyed the collaboration and being able to be a part of that. I attended the Engaging Our Elected Officials event with Ms. Purcell also, and being able to go to Eflin Cheeks Global Elementary and kind of interact with the students gave me a great feel of how I miss being a teacher's assistant at Grady Brown for a number of years, and so I really enjoyed that. I am super thankful for all the recognitions tonight to all of our assistant principals. Thank you for all the hard work that you put in each and every day at our schools. And as a grandfather to an autistic grandchild, I am truly appreciative for Autism Awareness Month, and to our future teachers, club leaders. I am very glad that we've started that program, started that club. When I first campaigned, that was something that I spoke to a couple of principals about, was trying to create some type of class or a club where our students could go in and hopefully have thoughts and experience what it's like to be a teacher, and hopefully have that opportunity. And so, they were speaking about some of the points and some of the information that they were gathering as they were in the clubs. And hopefully, at some point, we can look at having affordable housing for our beginning teachers. Maybe that's something we could advocate more for, as within that club. And then finally, to Mr. Johnson, congratulations. Mr. Johnson and I started the journey at Orange High School, and I saw the sacrifices you made, and it paid off for your family. And a lot of times, that's what you have to do, especially as a principal, make those sacrifices. And when he won Principal of the Year here, I told Mr. Johnson, I said, you'll win at the state level and you'll win at the national level. And I knew that because I knew what type of person he was and that he is. And being a principal, being a teacher, the root of making that successful is loving children. And he shows that and he expresses that. And that's what it takes. Sometimes that's the sacrifice you have to give is show love in the beginning. And when you do that and you treat each student like your own child, that's when you'll be successful and those students will be successful. So, thank you.
Thank you. First, a quick thank you to the Cedar Ridge High School leaders who came out tonight and shared your view. Is really important for us to hear. Thank you for that. I'll start with my congratulations to Jason Johnson, and you have convinced every one of us that you love us and that every student in Orange County Schools is magical. So thank you for that. And for me, it was a perfect punctuation, 2 weeks of Orange County Schools magic. And that's the new STEM lab at your school, the IB Art shows, the Junior Livestock Show, the Night of Poetry, where Orange County Schools named our 4th poet laureate. And tonight, our future teachers. I mean, it's just incredible. And it's wonderful to show and see the variety of choices that Orange County Schools offers our students. And each one is designed to get students excited about school in a way that makes sense for them. I'm so incredibly proud of our students and our staff that serve them every day. And Mr. Johnson, you're the leader of that today, so thank you for that. I'll add that I ended our Business Advisory Council meeting. That's a joint meeting with our CTE team, Chapel Hill, Carrboro City Schools, Durham Tech, North Carolina Apprentice, and the Home Builders Association, who leads our Summer Careers Academy. And that's when you get to see the work and commitment that happens behind the scenes to make the magic happen. Special thank you to Shannon Braxton, who is retiring this year, and leaves behind a wonderful team, Ms. Fournier, Mr. Montgomery, Ms. Smith sitting right with her, and a legacy of commitment to student success. It shows every day in that work. So it's just great to see some would say the sausage is being made. I say the magic being created. And just close with just a preview on our budget discussion. Our teachers and staff need a raise. And not just a state budget raise, and that's really important, but a local increase to keep salaries competitive and to sustain a living wage for our classified staff. And we will do our part, you've heard it, but we will not be successful without the public's help. You're paying the bills, and we're going to need you to remind everyone how important it is to pay Orange County schools and staff. And I'll see you all in Raleigh on May 1st.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. I participated in some of the same events. I don't want to sound like a broken record. And congratulations to all the assistant principals, and congratulations to Mr. Johnson, excuse me. I prepared a little something tonight that I believe is my duty and I need to share with you tonight. I memorize it, but sometimes, honestly, I get a little nervous. The fact is that we are a state without a budget. The fact is that our district, the fact is that our public schools are at stake. The fact is our educators are not paid enough. It is our responsibility to support them as entire communities. My job as a school board member is to advocate for everyone. I plan to go down to West Jones Street on May 1st. We are stronger working together, for a future depends on all of us. And that concludes my public comment.
Thank you. So I'll start off with thanking everyone for coming out for comments. I really appreciate y'all sharing. That's how we learn and understand what's going on in our district. Thank you. I I'd also like to congratulate Mr. Johnson, and I just wanted to highlight one thing that you said at the national acceptance, is that he resignated in the county. He resignated in North Carolina. And at the national level, that is the impact you are making and people are seeing. Thank you. I'd also like to thank everybody that's working on the strategic plan. It's wonderful to see our community engaged in ensuring that we're hearing every voice that we can engage. And also, thank you to the board for staying engaged throughout that process as well. It is really great to see us all come together. I attended the Grady Brown 50th anniversary gala with the superintendent as well. It was wonderful to see all the prior teachers and community come together, and it's easy to see why they are the #1 school in America. Also, really appreciate Mr. Davis and your team for Draw Your Dreams School. Really appreciate Gravelly Middle School for hosting. What a great opportunity for our community to come out, share their ideas with us as we move on this journey with the new school. Also enjoyed the engaging our elected officials. It was a great event for us to share all of our successes and challenges with elected officials. Also want to share my appreciation for Mr. Johnson hosting our group through Orange High School. Lots of wonderful things, and enjoyed seeing the band room updated and probably the nicest bathrooms in our district. Also, the Orange County Spring Fair, really appreciated seeing all the work HR put into that. Really appreciate all of our schools representing there. I know it's outside of your normal time. Really good to see all of the people interested in our district, and really appreciate the time. The Night of Poetry, just wanted to do a quick thank you to Ms. Shelton, our NC Poet Laureate, and all of her continued support in that program, and our staff that continues to drive that and expand it, and wonderful to hear all of our young poets. The 80th Annual Central Piedmont Junior Livestock Show, their largest in history to date. It was wonderful to have the barbecue and see everyone come out and all the success of our students. I wanted to just quickly mention thank you to all of our teachers and special needs teachers as we talk about autism awareness and acceptance and everything they do for all of our families and students each day. Thank you. And last but not least, I just wanted to take a moment and just say that there are a lot of really good things that we don't have time to speak about in here. I saw the woodworking team that placed first, second, and third in woodworking cabinetry, placed first and second in other categories. Looking forward to hearing about that. I know that our hedgehogs are going to Worlds in Houston to compete again, so really proud of that. I've seen some of the diving team results. It's just really amazing to see all the wonderful things that are happening in Orange County each and every day. And just thank you all to help our students who are putting them first. With that, we'll move right into consent agenda, as the superintendent has already shared her comments tonight. Do we have a motion to approve the modified consent agenda?
Motion to approve the modified consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Consent carries. All right, first, after the consent agenda, we have the FY 2026 budget amendment that was pulled.
I didn't pull that.
Oh, I thought it was,
I pulled the third quarter financials and
oh,
the
I'm
school
sorry,
nutrition
yes.
fund.
I'm sorry, yes, the third quarter FY 2026.
I have a feeling that our resolution has something to do with these questions, but Thank you for the, actually the financial report you give us every quarter gives great transparency to the state of our books. And what I noticed was, as you talked about, our reduced budget, but our spending against that budget versus this quarter of last year was substantially lower than it was last year, especially in just in general. And I was just curious why our expenses are running so low compared to last year.
Sure. Excuse me, I appreciate the question, and I'll do my best to provide you the answer. So when you look at our expenses for this quarter in comparison to last quarter, I do want to remind, as we've been stating all along, that we have been operating very conservatively and have been working very hard to ensure that we are spending appropriately so that we can protect any positions when a budget is potentially released or when other cuts may find their way filtering down to us either through the state or through the federal government. Enrollment is continuing to decline. So as a result, right now, we know that we are headed for $1.6 million in reductions already for next year. Again, we are trying to operate as conservatively as we can to ensure that we protect as many positions as we can in light of the cuts that we are anticipating. We're also taking a look at all of our expenditures, and anywhere that there are duplicates or areas that we can tighten the belt, we've been tightening the belt.
Okay, I hear that. There's part of me so I'll give you an example. I'm looking at regular instructional services. It's one of our largest line items. Last year at this time, we spent about 77% of that. Regular instructional services? I'm sorry, we had spent about 87% of that. And now at this time, let me see if I'm reading this correctly. Yeah. So this time we're at 75%. That means it's a big difference. So when you say, and I know you all really are managing this tightly and the risks are scary. So I'm just curious, what happens is, are things getting cut? Are things happening that, worry about, staffing and, like the position, these are the budget, this is this year's budget. Next year's budget is a whole new thing, but I'm just curious why we're not spending this year's budget.
If I could just quickly add also to keep in mind that the budget that we set does include potential raises that have not materialized for staff.
That makes sense.
So when you look at the budget in comparison to what's been actually spent, you are going to see a greater difference.
So this is the county money that's been accrued, the 3%. Now that makes total sense. Thank you for that clarification.
And just also, we still have some additional math materials that will be purchased. And so, again, along with being conservative, I think we have also wanted to make sure that we have quality resources in front of our students and making sure that they do have what they need. But I think having the extra wait time on a budget, but some additional items that will be purchased as well.
What I'm here, it sounds like, I pray every night for a state budget. I know you think I'm weird, but but presuming we get a state budget, these numbers are going to change a lot, right?
Yes, they will.
They're going to change a lot. So some of these accruals, if you will, are going to go away. So I really.
And I just want to thank Ms. Rath for the preparation for that, because if we're not preparing for whatever may come of a state budget, then that's the conversation she had earlier regarding fund balance, and where that's not the purpose of fund. The purpose of fund balance is not to pay for positions, But if we want to make sure we're in a good place where we don't have to do quick cuts ahead of whatever the budget is going to be. And so being conservative all along, and I think we've communicated that for the last maybe even 2 years, I hate to say it, but just because we know what's coming down the line. And so it's important to be able to protect our number one resource in our schools, which is our teachers and staff.
Yeah, thank you for that. Second question was, thank you, that really helps me. Second question is the school nutrition funds. Last year, we were operating in the black, and now it looks like we're operating in the red, and we've done the CEP schools, that really helped. I wonder what happened, and are we expecting to end the year at a loss? And
So let me address the first part of your question, kind of what happened. The days that school was unfortunately closed as a result of weather made it where we were unable to provide meals to our students, and therefore, as a result, we were unable to get any reimbursement. However, our staff still were able to utilize, get paid for those days. So as a result, we did not have any revenue to offset those expenditures. Ms. Green is working, looking at it. It's going to be close. We're not anticipating a huge loss in the program at the end of this year, but it does get harder to make it up at this time of the year, at this late in the year.
Got it. But it's an aberration in the weather. It's not because our supply costs are running at a unexpected. I was wondering if we were seeing inflation and supplies.
Well, we have seen some increases, but the primary driver is the fact that we were unable to provide that. And I just want to use an opportunity also to state that we have not raised our meal prices in the last 3 years. So as a result, we don't have as much flexibility when these type of events hit. And of course, it was not typical of what we had this year either.
I appreciate that, and thank you for raising the meal prices. That's not tonight's conversation. I appreciate those explanations. It's really, thank you so much. I move both items, L4 and L5.
A motion, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Next, we have the FY 2027 local budget approval. Getting your steps in.
I don't have anything more to add in regards to the budget, and I do not have anything more to present. It is now before you for consideration for approval. And of course, if you have any questions, I will be happy to do my best to answer them.
So I would just like to say, I know that we've had a very deep conversation in the Financial Committee, and that's why you may not be hearing us ask any questions tonight, because we had those discussions earlier. So with that, are there any further discussions?
I was just going to echo that. I've really appreciated how you've presented all the information in there, Ms. Rath, as well as the focus on the items that we are hoping for our expansion request and the explanation of our continuation request. And so I'm just really pleased with what was put forward.
I also am really, I've said this more than once, I'll say it again. I am incredible budget presentation, the detailed one, the summary one, really amazing work, powerful budget. And there's a couple of things I want to say. It's really for the public's benefit. As a school district, and I thank Dr. Jones and Ms. Rath and many others, for doing everything that we're supposed to do. We've managed a tight budget. You've been right-sizing the district to align with enrollment changes. You've restored our fund balance. And now it's time. They always have to wait. Now it is time to take care of our teachers and staff. The 3%, and it's really important because people push back on budget increases, and there are the state increases, and these increases are different, and we need both. And so it's important that our certified staff increases, the 3%, is on top of, you talked about 4% state budget. That's the state budget's increases, and this is the 3% for our certified staff is to keep our salaries competitive with Wake, Durham, Chapel Hill, Guilford. We are surrounded by 4 of the top 5 paying districts in the state. We have got to be competitive with that. We also live in a very expensive part of the state, which is why we need to increase our staff supplement. The state raises are not going to bring our staff to a living wage. So it's all of that. So I just wanted to for all of us that are going out on May 1st, we're going to ask you again to come out on May 12th here at the Whitted Building and May 28th at Southern Human Services. In force, bring your friends to ask the county commissioners to approve this budget. And that's all. I just needed to say that. And you'll hear more. And if anyone has questions, I know anyone on the board would be happy to ask questions, answer questions.
All right, do we have further?
Motion
Thank
Motion to approve and adopt the FY27 local operating budget for submission to the Orange County Board of Commissioners for funding consideration.
Second?
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Roth.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you. All right, next we have the traditional calendar revision for this year.
Yeah, and to help with that, I'm going to ask if Mr. Cowick and Dr. Pack can come up. And I've had them to prepare some information for the board. So I don't know if you have any questions for them regarding the traditional calendar.
So I believe the board would just like to understand if we do take off May 1st, what would be the options for the district? And what is required as well?
Sure. The North Carolina calendar law requires us to have a minimum of 185 days in our calendar or 1,025 instructional hours. We, in Orange County Schools, the calendars that we've developed over the last few years have centered on having a minimum of those 1,025 hours. We build in many more hours in case we have inclement weather and allow some cushion. But that number is the minimum. So this year, we have had, and the calendars vary, elementary schools, what counts for instructional time is everything except for lunch. And in middle and high school, everything except for lunch and transition time. So, you know, in middle and high school has usually a little bit more transition time, it begins to dwindle down the amount of instructional time that you have in the calendar built in. So this year, we have had 6 days that we were closed for students and 2 instances of a 2-hour delay, which also took time off of the calendar. In addition, when we have remote learning days, while they count, they don't count for necessarily a full day. So there are minutes that are pulled off the calendar during those days. So we've had a lot of those days that we're down to the taking off the total. So, and as a district, our high schools overall are out of banked instructional time. So if you choose to make May 1st a teacher work day, we will need to replace that day with a student day. And your options are a Saturday or one of the final work days, June 11th, June 11th. You wouldn't skip June 11th to go to June 12th, but we have 2 work days at the end of the year.
So I'll ask the obvious question. What is the high school principals said about the 2 options?
So I wasn't able to speak with Dr. Day at Cedar Ridge, but I did talk with Mr. Johnson at Orange High School. Given the 2 options, June 11th was more favorable.
All right, are there questions from board members on the options or questions?
I have a question about subs. What is the potential of us getting subs the day that enough subs to cover the days that the teachers are out?
That would be highly unlikely. At about 4:45 today, we had roughly about 119 substitute requests from employees who need substitutes. The vast majority of those were unfilled at that time. I mean, you don't always fill them right away. Sometimes you fill the substitutes just before. But the number has been increasing, the substitute requests.
Yeah, last Monday, our vacancy or sub rate was about 5.2%. Today is 21. It's probably a little bit higher now.
It was closer to 30 a little before 5 today.
And at 2 o'clock today, I think it was 21%.
So just a clarification point, so you're saying about 30% of teachers at this point have requested leave on that date, on May 1st?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that seems really challenging to find sufficient subs for. So I'm curious if you all have sort of like a threshold where you would be making a recommendation to, like.
Yeah, so we will, yield to the board. So the option is to look at all schools. If you choose to close and make May 1st a teacher workday, you have the option to not do that, and we have staff on standby that can come in and try to provide as much support as possible. Our fear is that it's going to continue to rise, and I don't want any school to go without. We're seeing it in some schools, it's much higher than others. In some schools, there were less than 5 or so teachers that wanted to, that have called out already. But it's going to be difficult for us to fill the gap at some point. So the options, if you choose to do the teacher workday on May 1st, is that all schools can make it up on June 11th. And I'm going to go with that date because, and I've only spoken to high school principals, can make it up on June 11th. Or we can just look at high schools making it up. Instructional time is there for our middle and our elementary students. And when we look at our high schools, that would be around exam time and makeup time. And I think that disruption there will be less minimal for our families.
Other questions?
And I'm sorry, I heard from Dr. Day as well, June 11th. She's watching. Yes.
Technology.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. As I said earlier, it is our duty to support our district, and it's in the best interest that we plan accordingly. So if we know that more teachers are going to be calling out, we need to make sure that we align ourselves and not be in a panic. So I personally believe that we need to give the teachers a day off so they can go if they choose to.
I will just echo that as well. And I just do not want to wait and our parents have to scramble. They've had enough scrambling, and I'll just leave it there.
Do you need a motion?
Yes. Well,
Before, I just have I agree completely.
so Dr. Jones, on the clarity of the June 11th, whether it's all schools or high schools, do you want us, we can approve the 11th and have you come back with what happens on June 11th? Or do you want us to just say it's?
No, I think I'm okay with you saying whether it's just for high schools.
Okay.
I mean, unless we want elementary, middle coming back one more additional day.
Yeah, I mean, I do think if the other grades have the instructional hours, that seems like an awful lot of like discombobulation for everyone. So I would be inclined, if the high school's required to have the additional time, just to focus, to add that day there.
Yeah, and some families may have vacations planned right after. You don't know, but I know with our high schools that we'll have a little bit more flexibility with that last day, with exam time and all that.
So just so I understand, the proposal is we teacher workday Friday, or are we closing Friday?
Teacher workday for May.
Teacher workday Friday, and then elementary schools will make a scheduling adjustment, and high schools will add a day, will add June 11th to the calendar. Is that right? Yeah, that's great. That's really creative. Thank you.
So, I mean, it's up to the board. So the recommendation, I guess, then just to repeat.
Please.
Is optional teacher workday on May 1st, and then adjust the traditional calendar for high school only to add an additional day for June 11th.
Can I ask, would that also impact partnership in the same way, or is their schedule different?
Yes.
So it would be for all
Partnership as
all
well.
three high schools?
Mhm,
Okay.
all high school.
Okay.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion that we make May 1st an optional teacher workday, and that we take June the 11th for high schools to make up time, get their hours in, and since we have the hours for elementary and middle, they will be allowed to stay home. It'll only be for high school on June the 11th.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank y'all.
We'll see everybody in Raleigh.
All right. Next, we have the work session with Teacher of the Year Roundtable Update.
Good evening, Chair Atherton, Vice Chair Padilla, board members, and Dr. Jones. Thank you for the opportunity to share the work of the Superintendent's Teacher of the Year Roundtable with you this evening. I'm honored to be joined this evening by the one and the only Jose Hidalgo, who is a dedicated science teacher at Orange High School and our 2025 Orange County Schools Teacher of the Year. Together, we'll highlight the work that the Roundtable has engaged in this year and present the team's recommendations for your consideration. The Superintendent's Teacher of the Year Roundtable truly spans all aspects of the district, with clear connections to priorities 1, 2, 3, and 4 of our current strategic plan. Its purpose is to analyze data related to teacher working conditions, elevate teacher voice, and strengthen the overall teacher experience. These conditions intersect across all 4 priority areas, reflecting the comprehensive impact of the work.
Thank you. The purpose of the roundtable is to create a dedicated space for teacher leaders to engage in authentic two-way dialogue with the superintendent and district staff on the issues that matter the most. Through this structure, teachers and district leaders participate in shared decision-making, elevating teacher voice on critical topics such as working conditions and teacher retention. The roundtable also meets monthly to sustain dialogue. On this year included an extended full-day session that allowed members to dive deeply into a focus area of work and collaborate on a meaningful project designed to support teachers moving forward. This roundtable takes a three-pronged approach that is centered around continuous improvement. In order for Orange County schools to be a great place to work and learn, we have to have a space to analyze what is working well, what needs to be improved, and how teacher voice and factor into issues involving working conditions. This three-pronged approach we take to this work include first analyzing teacher working conditions as a form of a survey that identify trends across the district. As a reminder, the Teacher Working Conditions Survey is administered every 2 years, and we're looking forward to new data coming out in a few months to continue the conversation forward. The second prong of our approach is engaging teachers in shared decision-making. Teachers are given the opportunity to have a proverbial seat at the table with district leaders as we roll up our sleeves and thinking about how to develop responsive approaches to the data we're seeing. The third prong of our approach is by increasing communication channels between the superintendent and the teachers at each school. Roundtable members are asked to share information from the roundtable and collect qualitative feedback on issues we are discussing at their own schools. This helps to increase communication and help more teachers be represented in the shared decision-making process. During the 25-26 roundtable, we pretty quickly identified professional learning as an area we wanted to focus on and explore. I want to add here that one of the most demanded things was to have not personalized, but identified PDs by subject area that are meaningful and not as a general PD for everyone. After looking at those NC Teacher Working Conditions Survey data, each roundtable member was charged going back to their schools and present these questions to the school. We asked teachers at each school 3 simple questions. What is working well? What are growth areas? And what ideas do you have as we strive for excellence in professional learning? The team looked at this data and we worked through analyzing it together as a team, and the district also included this feedback in the strategic planning process to ensure a connection between the work of this roundtable and the larger work of strategic planning. Through this analysis, we discovered trends that were emerging throughout the district. Teachers are excited about professional learning that is very practical and relevant to what they teach and every day, and they appreciate and seek differentiated professional development that is tailored to their experience level. Additionally, teachers value a voice and choice with the PD side and the stars of education as a positive experience where they were able to choose different PD sessions. Teachers also seek time to implement their new ideas after a professional learning experience. Finally, teachers highly value collaboration as a form of professional learning, whether it is through professional learning communities, interactions with the instructional coaches, or through formal or informal opportunities with other teachers across the district.
Thank you, Jose. The synergy that this group had this year was strong with focusing on professional learning. And one of the exciting things for us from the district seat was that there was a lot of alignment that dovetailed with the Learning and Leading Collaborative that we were rolling out with instructional coaches, AIG specialists, and multilingual learner specialists. And so we had a renewed focus on professional learning, and we were able to take the feedback that we got from all the different schools on the professional learning and weave it into the experiences of that Learning and Leading Collaborative, who were then able to turn and provide professional learning across the district, as well as to feedback that went to our strategic planning process. So we think there's a lot of synergy across those three areas this year. And we did really see a blossoming of professional learning across the district that was school-based, where our coaches felt empowered. We have a couple pictures up here. One is New Hope Elementary. They're doing professional learning on cognitive load theory. Teachers are engaging in that. The middle picture was from some feedback that teachers got through this process that our instructional assistants wanted professional learning. So this is a session for instructional assistants at Eflin Cheeks, and then we have A.L. Standback on a work day doing cognitive load theory as well. And so it was a neat experience getting to see the work of multiple teams come together with a focus on how teachers seek professional learning. The roundtable then, after they received the data, engaged in conversations where they came up with a lot of different unique ideas for how to enhance professional learning across the district. But then we got to the question of when. We have all these great ideas, but we also know that from roundtables before, non-instructional time is very valuable for teachers. And we can't roll out professional learning on every single workday or during every single planning period, because that would defeat the purpose of really looking at that balance. And so with that in mind, we pushed ourselves to think outside the box of what other type of professional learning opportunities can we provide teachers other than the sit and get that might take away from those instructional time moments. We also looked at how professional learning aligned with last year's roundtable focus on supporting special populations. And we were very fortunate this year to have EC teachers at the table, ML specialists at the table, and AIG specialists. And it was through this lens of professional learning that we were trying to address how to provide support for general education teachers in meeting the needs of each and every student. And so with that, the team came up with an idea that they're very excited about, and Jose is going to share that with you.
So what we came up with is we wanted to understand the balance between professional learning and demands on teacher time. It gave us the idea to think about outside of the box. What can we come out? We came out with the idea that through these, we were working closely with district staff to develop an online professional learning and collaboration site that will be for teachers and by teachers. The idea is to not reinvent the wheel, but provide support for the teachers that are made from us to all the teachers. And the idea is to be a site that is easily accessible for all of us, not hidden behind many clicks. And also, we work together to generate a clear purpose for this site. And the purpose of this site is to provide a lifeline to teachers by streamlining professional learning resources and teacher collaboration in an easy, accessible place in order to promote educational growth and excellence consistently throughout all of Orange County schools. And we did that during this planning day that we had the entire day. And we share, it was a wonderful experience because we all had some input, and the idea that is made with us, for us and by us, I think it's going to be a great resource for the entire county.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And so with an online learning resource, that thinking outside the box, it hopefully will help teachers save time by having to recreate the wheel every time they need resources. Some ideas that were elevated is what happens when we shift to remote learning. And I'm working on a second grade lesson, but I know someone across the district is as well. That will save me time during that, my planning my precious non-instructional time to be able to go and get these materials. So the things that emerged for what our teachers are looking for, the first one is a systemic support of professional development, and that's getting more to the ease of getting CEUs and understanding what they need to renew their credits and having a very streamlined system. The second one is an easy place where we house our district curriculum resources. We have a lot of curriculum resources. We've paid teachers during the summers to do some really great writing. And so now we want to have a site that's more easily accessible than we currently have. Our teachers are really excited about the third one. They want to improve the searchability features of our current online resources. They have a lot of ideas where they can like it and favorite and share it with each other to help streamline their time. They're also excited to look at how we provide collaboration space online across schools. We hope to one day have micro-professional learning. So if we have a student who might have needs that we don't know how to address, we can go there and get these quick videos or one-pagers for how to support those needs. And then this could become an onboarding tool for our mentors when they're working with beginning teachers and things like that. So Mr. Hidalgo referenced that we had a full day roundtable collaboration. That was new this year. We brought teachers together and we did a deep dive into our current resources, how they're housed, and then what we want to see on this site. We also brought in our online developer that we're working with so that he could hear firsthand from our teachers, show them some of the work he's been developing and get their immediate feedback and information as he iterates on the next step. So we believe that this work is really a powerful example that when teachers are meaningfully included in this shared decision-making, their insights can not just help shape ideas, but that they can really directly influence the design of the products that they'll one day be using. So we do just want to put this out here publicly that we're going to go slow to go fast. Just like with the Stars of Ed conference that started from the roundtable, it started very small, optional, on optional teacher work day, and it has really grown into something larger than it is, than it once was, excuse me. This site will be the same. Everything we just named their wish list won't happen next year. We're going to start very small and very intentional and try and get it right. And then each year we'll be able to layer on something else intentionally and build it over time. So we shared with you what they hope to have, but in that full day we were very open and honest that that won't be ready for the 26-27 school year. And with that sentiment, Mr. Hidalgo has a very exciting announcement about the power of going slow to go fast.
So we are very, very excited to share the save the date for the 4th annual OCS Start of Education. So that is going to happen on August 17 for a full day of dedicated to learning, collaboration, and celebration what it means to be part of the Orange County school community. This event is continued to grow as a signature opportunity for connection and professional learning across our district. And again, this is a proof that this is PDs provide by the teachers in our district for the teachers in our district. It is also important to remember the roots of this conference. It began with the very first Teacher of the Year cohort and has steadily evolved over time into the impactful experience it is today. The same intentional teacher-driven growth is reflected in the development of our new online resource. We're taking the same approach, starting small, getting it right, and building with purpose. Over time, we will continue to expand and refine this platform until it becomes a vibrant, to-go resource where teachers can access meaningful support, share ideas, and strengthen their practice. Thank you.
And with that, are there any questions?
Questions?
I'd just like to say thank you so much. This is just amazing what y'all are doing, and again, makes me want to be a principal again, all the things that are going on in Orange County. It's just great, and I really appreciate it. And I'm glad to hear that you already got the Stars of Education plan, because last year that was something to see. It was really great, and I enjoyed it, and look forward to it this year. So thank you for everything you're doing, because it's really great work for our teachers.
I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation, and I'm excited to see the Stars of Education grow. And I love the getting it right and broadening has definitely been happening. That's been very visible to us. And as a fellow classroom teacher, I love the sharing of resources and getting that access, that online access, right, so you can actually find and use what you're wanting. So I'm excited for you that that's all building in the right way. So.
Yeah, Mr. Hidalgo, thank you. I know you're teaching in the morning, so thank you for being here at 9:17 p.m. For this. And yeah, just really excited. I'm really glad that the Teacher of the Year Roundtable has that loop of going back to the school and like getting more perspectives. I think that's really powerful as a sort of a pathway to getting all of the best insights. And I'm glad you're going slow to go fast, because I think this sort of thing is such a good idea to get that self-service, just be able to do it on the right time, at the right time for you. And like, obviously these online platforms can become very clunky and difficult to navigate, and all those things. So I'm glad you're being thoughtful about sort of like the structure of it and all of those things. Feels like a great, I'm hopeful about the way this will respond to like staff needs. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you. I love the idea and the concept that teachers are going to be helping other teachers, and that's building community. So thank you.
Yeah, I'll add my thanks, and I appreciate the way you are working with the teachers. And thank you for, because last year the Teacher of the Year Roundtable came up with two major topics. One was increased special population support, which sounds like you're absolutely doing. And the other was protecting individual planning time. And I was curious how that has played into this planning, because I know you're trying to make it more efficient for teachers. And I was wondering what you heard and how this is working.
Sure. So the unique thing about these cohorts is they all bring different experiences to the table and different ways that the team comes together to look at the data. And this team really didn't focus on the non-instructional time piece. They were really passionate about that professional learning and support for special populations. And so we're looking at a way to merge those two. However, the fact that Dr. Jones and Dr. Pack and myself, we have sat in the last years, we knew that non-instructional time piece. And so that's why we elevated how do we reach the needs of professional learning, knowing we can't go too heavy on taking that non-instructional time away. So that's kind of where that balance piece came in, was exactly what you're saying. And so they got really creative and started thinking about like spouses in other industry and how they collaborate asynchronous and online. And that's kind of what led to this, was a nod to that.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that. And honestly, what you're explaining suggests there's a culture shift happening in the district, and that it's showing in the roundtable. So thank you for that too.
I just want to add the idea of having this site is with the idea to save time for teachers as well, because it will maximize, instead of trying to look for a resource that is already, is something that already created. And, even though we talk of having even small lesson samples for beginning teachers there, so they can see what it looks like to deliver like a lab that work well for a class, or if they need to see how, to teach a topic that is difficult. So again, but this is a process. It's not going to happen next year, but the idea is with that to save time for instructional purposes and having more planning time for teachers.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I love the idea of teachers being able to share what they're doing with each other, and this opens up that big way. So thank you.
I just wanted to say, no, it's okay. First and foremost, thank you, Mr. Hidalgo, for leading this and being our Teacher of the Year here in Orange County. And Ms. Morris, thank you for your partnership with him and all of the Teachers of the Year in this such important work. And I also just want to say thank you to the superintendent for elevating these voices and allowing it to be seen at your level and reinforcing how important this work is that y'all do. So thank you very much. All right, next we have the CTE update.
Did you intentionally match today?
Great minds think alike.
Good evening to each one of you. I was going to say while they were switching the slide deck, but good evening to each one of you. Thank you all for being here tonight. And we're excited to be here. I always find pleasure in standing here representing the teachers and the students of the Career and Technical Education program for Orange County Schools. Tonight, I'm joined at the podium with Melinda Fornes. Miss Fornes, is the CTE Curriculum and Instructional Management Coordinator. Tonight, we're going to present a CTE update because as we prepared this presentation, the North Carolina CCIP system has not been populated with the updated data, nor is it open yet for us to enter the 26-28 local plan. The local plan will be on the consent agenda in May, assuming that it's open, for us to update, for you to review, approve, vote. The local plan has to be approved by the board for those federal and state funds to fund to the district. And so I just ask that you review that in May when it's there for you. We have been working diligently, though, with local data. We are ready when the system opens, and we will be ready to input that information quickly. CTE does give purpose, allowing students that opportunity and options to find purpose in education through career connections, hands-on learning. Orange County Schools is committed to ensuring that every student graduates choice-ready, prepared to enroll in post-secondary education, enter the workforce, or enlist in the military.
Let's take a look at Orange County Schools CTE by the numbers. You have been provided with this infographic this evening. Over 90 CTE courses are available to students, giving students a wide range of opportunities to explore careers and develop real-world skills. Over 40 industry-recognized credentials are available to our students through aligned courses. And in the 24-25 school year, Orange County Schools CTE students earn more than 1,100 credentials. In fact, 73.1% of CTE concentrators, and remember, a concentrator is a CTE student who has completed a level 1 and 2 course, earned a credential, demonstrating the program's strong focus on career readiness. Students also benefit from over 50 work internship partnerships with local businesses and organizations, providing valuable hands-on experience in the workplace. As a result of these opportunities, CTE concentrators achieve a 95% cohort graduation rate, highlighting the powerful impact of CTE on student success.
The success you'll see in our CTE programs is supported by intentional planning and funding. Federal funds govern CTE. Federal funds are through the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Act of 2006. We call it Perkins 5 for short. Perkins 5 has 6 required uses of funds, and Orange County Schools CTE strategically plans for and meets each of these requirements through our local application. Orange County Schools CTE staff and students work closely with school counselors to support the development and implementation of career development plans for all our middle and high school students. They help ensure students explore career pathways early and make informed decisions about their course selections and future goals. We are committed to providing students with meaningful career experiences. To further this work, tonight on the consent agenda, we thank you. You approved the CTE department to apply for the grade expansion grant, and this will provide opportunities for our 6th and 7th grade students. We applied last year, didn't get it. We're hoping this year is going to be the year for Orange County Schools. Orange County Schools offer CTE courses and full career pathways in every state program area, ensuring that students have access to wide-range career opportunity. Within these programs, courses intentionally integrate core academic subjects, math, reading, and science, through real-world, hands-on application, including work-based learning opportunities like apprenticeships and internships, as well as participation in our CTSOs or our career technical student organizations. Orange County Schools CTE also provides ongoing professional development throughout the school year with in-house training, face-to-face sessions, and job-embedded coaching that support instruction and program quality. Educators are also supported in seeking professional development at the regional, state, and national levels. This school year, teachers have participated in professional development hosted in spaces provided by these local businesses in Hillsborough, helping the teachers better understand the workforce and career opportunities available within our community. Orange County Schools CTE plans to continue to offer these experiences in the partnerships with area businesses.
Understanding the required uses of funds helps ensure that resources are invested in ways that strengthen our CTE programs. One way we see the impact of these investments is through student participation and enrollment in CTE courses, and Orange County Schools CTE is reaching students across the district. 74.5% of middle school students and 69.3% of high school students took at least one CTE course in the 23-24 school year.
While strong enrollment shows that many Orange County School students are accessing CTE opportunities, it's also important to look beyond participation and examine how well these programs are meeting student need. This is where the Comprehensive Local Needs Assessment, or the CLNA, becomes an important part of our work. The CLNA guides the district in reflecting on what is working well and identifying areas of growth. It examines 6 required areas. The CLNA also included valuable feedback from a variety of stakeholders, including our CTE teachers and staff, students, parents, school counselors, and members of our Joint Business Advisory Council with Chapel Hill Carborough City Schools. Based on these findings, the team will develop a plan to continue successful practice while also creating strategies to identify areas for improvement. Based on the Comprehensive Local Needs Assessment that we've just completed, Orange County Schools CTE Department is going to focus on improvement areas in these 3 key areas: teacher retention, program quality, and student support services. We are committed to sustaining and strengthening our program by investing in our teachers through relevant, high-quality professional development that models explicit instruction and supports continuous improvement. CTE teachers will implement rigorous, high-quality instruction and cultivate strong industry partnerships. Orange County Schools will also focus on implementing CTE programs and activities aligned to emerging high-demand occupations. We will advance program quality through the adoption of the new career clusters and by collaborating with local community colleges to ensure we have strong post-secondary alignment. Our work will continue to support the career development plans, guiding students towards meaningful career pathways, and we aim to expand our work-based learning opportunities through internships and summer programs that allow students to gain hands-on experience. CTE participants will also receive supportive services necessary to ensure equitable access, participation, and success within their programs of study.
Services will be provided to support students by using data to identify barriers, refine services, and implement targeted supports, ensuring that every learner has the resources and guidance to allow them to thrive in their CTE pathway.
So what are the next steps for Orange County Schools CTE? We will continue to collaborate with the curriculum and instruction team to strengthen explicit instruction in CTE classrooms by modeling effective practices during our in-house professional development and providing timely feedback through routine classroom walkthroughs. We will continue to integrate literacy and math into CTE courses. For example, last school year, the Law and Justice 2 students applied these core concepts to earn a 100% pass rate on the Certified Protection Officer certification. We will continue to focus on strategies for each performance data indicator in Part 2 of the local application by supporting teachers through professional development, analyzing student performance data, and providing individualized coaching to drive instruction, ultimately improving credential attainment and course completion. We will continue to utilize feedback from the Business Advisory Council and local industry partners to keep CTE career pathways aligned with workforce needs through feedback, pathway review, and work-based learning opportunities like our summer camps. Let's take a look at some of the exciting things happening in Orange County Schools CTE. In the fall 2025 issue of the Association of CTE Techniques magazine, our work was nationally highlighted, recognizing the innovative efforts happening in our district. We are also preparing to launch Summer Careers Academy Cohort 5, continuing our commitment to strengthening career pathways with building our future construction pathways and driving our future the automotive pathways. Ongoing investments include the Health Promotion Grants, which supports health science programs and student opportunities in healthcare careers. Additionally, the district has secured a Project Lead the Way computer science grant to expand access to computer science education. Facility improvements are also underway, including the new Orange High School greenhouse and the development of a new agricultural learning lab at Cedar Ridge High School. Orange County Schools is also proud to celebrate the 5th annual North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teaching CTE Teacher of the Year Award, with this year's honoree being Mr. Cole Watkins, who was also just recently awarded his National Board certification. Mr. Watkins is pictured here with his Agricultural Mechanics 2 class, where last year 100% of his students earned their welding certification. A powerful example of the hands-on success happening in our very own CTE programs. Mr. Watkins truly represents what is right with CTE in Orange County Schools. Looking ahead, Orange County Schools will also implement the new nationally recognized career clusters in the 26-27 school year, further aligning programs and evolving workforce needs. Stay tuned for more information on how these career clusters will impact Orange County Schools CTE.
So as we conclude our presentation tonight, and I conclude my service to Orange County Schools, I want to highlight how Orange County Schools CTE embodies the district's tagline of engage, challenge, and inspire.
The Orange County Schools Career and Technical Education team will remain committed that CTE students are engaged through hands-on learning, internships, and summer programs that connect classroom knowledge to real-world experiences.
The students are challenged by rigorous coursework, industry-recognized credentials, and work-based learning opportunities that push them to reach their highest potential.
and they are inspired to set and achieve meaningful career and post-secondary goals, building the skills, confidence, and experiences they need to succeed in college, career, and life. We are committed to continuously improving our programs and practices to ensure we're always doing what is best and right for our students, helping each learner reach their full potential, because CTE is learning that works for Orange County Schools without limits.
And so in closing, at the question slide, I do want to let you know that the CTE local plan will be on the consent agenda in May for your review and approval. Your approval is needed to approve that plan and authorize the board chair, the superintendent, the chief finance officer, and the CTE director to sign the assurances and certifications stating that all programs and services and activities administered through that CTE local application will be in accord with the CTE assurances listed in Part 6 of that local application. And so I challenge you to make sure you read that at that next meeting and approve it on the consent agenda. At this time, we're open for questions.
All right, questions, board?
Thank you. It's more of a comment. Thank you. I'm inspired. I want to join CTE. Welding, please.
Come visit, come walk through.
I just, huge fan, and one of the things that you don't talk about, because you all support students like nobody and families, and you know that families are asking more and more questions about you, keep sending them your way, including some of our underserved families are coming your way, which it makes me very, very happy. But the other thing that you all do like no one is build relationships with our community colleges, with the Home Builders Association, with Chapel Hill schools. And the relationships that you have built create more for our students. And I think one of the secrets, or the untold secrets, is how much work we're doing with Alamance Community College and how many courses our kids are taking over there. Because there's always been a question of alignment, because that's where the manufacturing, that's where the advanced robotics, that's where the welding, that's where lots of those courses are. And our kids know that, and they're going there. And so thank you for that. And I wonder, as we think more about collaboration and even the BAC, do we need to bring Alamance community to the table? And I would like to see that. I have a question about the career clusters and pathways, and you all know that I'm very hung up on the new state framework. And is that what that is? The tiers and the pathways, because they report everything through tiers and credentialing, and we don't. I was curious if we're going to be moving to that.
The new career clusters and pathway is coming from the national, from advanced CTE. And so those will be aligning where we have aligned historically with the 7 program areas. You're going to see going forward with the CTE team, where instead of us talking about the 7 program areas, we're going to begin aligning our courses within those 6 pillars, those 6 career clusters. So it's sort of like that same framework, but if you'll look at it and dive deeper into each one of those clusters, you'll see under those 6 main clusters other pathways, and we'll align what we're teaching under those headings.
Yeah. So I'll I think if you look at the state plan, CTE is huge. Right, and we always talk about people leaving Orange County schools, and you're why people come to Orange County schools and stay with Orange County schools. So it's about preparing us for growth, that this area is going to grow, and how do we prepare, and are there ways for us to design reporting structures that we can start to monitor progress? I'll just throw it out there and leave that there, but you all are amazing. And the outfits are really it's really something.
May I respond? Sure. I do want to make sure we're clear that we are partnered by the state with a community college, and our assigned partner is Durham Technical Community College. And we do partner with ACC as we are able. And if you will look back at our Student Achievement Committee data in January, you will be able to see how many students are going to each one of those colleges and how many courses each one of those are taking. So I just want to make sure we're clear about that. I don't want to alienate our Durham Tech partners.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for, we have such strong continuous success in CTE, so thank you for all of your leadership. And Ms. Braxton, we're going to miss you, but every year people are being recognized for their success leading in different ways in CTE, and that's really exciting. And knowing how important these pathways are for students and also these spaces for students, I'm excited to see. I need to go visit and see the greenhouse renovation and agricultural learning lab underway at both high schools. So thank you.
Sarah?
Yes, just appreciate, thank you all for being here tonight. It has been great over the past few years to see the growth in like the work-related internships. I'm really, I think you used the phrase like emerging high-demand careers, and like really, I'm really curious where that's going to lead us, in the future, thinking about like what are those careers of the future. And I appreciate the ways, a lot of times like being a part of a CTE program and concentrating can be such a hook for kids to be in school and to show up in school. And I really appreciate the work you all are doing to support each of the teachers to also integrate literacy and math skills and to like double down on the explicit instruction and really think about all the ways that it can support sort of the students' overall success in their other academic areas as well. Just a lot of appreciation for all of the like continuous improvement work that I know is happening and sort of spotting opportunities and taking advantage of them. Just really appreciate all of the work over the past many years.
Yeah.
I just want to reiterate and say thank you, because this program has grown exponentially over the years, because I've seen it. And it's your dedication, your work, your time, your effort, and everything you've done for kids is paid off. It's wonderful. My own kids went through it, and I just can't say enough about it. So thank you for all you do. You are appreciated.
Thank you. We love CTE.
So I would just like to say, Ms. Braxton, thank you. When I first joined the board, you probably have to reach way back. The first thing we did was we created a committee to go from start to finish of what CTE is, and you had just became your position. And there's no way this program would not be where it's at without your leadership and the team you have grown. And it shows every day. These numbers and these statistics and hearing, about all the woodworking and all the success of our students, you've paved that way. I even still remember the call on Summer Careers Academy when you called and said, hey, here's this thing, so thank you. You will be missed here, and you're always welcome back to the Orange County family, anytime. Thank y'all. All right. I guess I'll preface this with the last item on the agenda. Is the Board of County Commissioners joint meeting discussion. So I have the pleasure of leading this with the support of Dr. Jones, of course, and Ms. Padilla. So I sent out to all the board members the items that we agreed on with the county and Chapel Hill to include in the April 30th joint meeting. The first the way that we talked about doing this is really starting off with kind of what are the statistics in the school district, kind of giving a snapshot of our district, including our graduation rates, our growth, student performance, attendance, and then moving on to spotlighting the CTE, then talking into our budget, and then capital updates on what the county manager's recommendation for CIP, and then updates for our ongoing projects. The intention of it is really to have this go through as a conversation as we go through it, and reusing all of the data that's already been shared with our board and the staff, not recreating new content for this discussion as well. But with that, I'll step back and let anybody that has questions, or Wendy, if you have anything to add, or Dr. Jones, anything to add? I mean, that's really the intent of the agenda and what would be covered. Go ahead, Sarah.
Question, just about the first item about the performance data and state accountability results. I thought in our fall meeting with them, we had shared that. Did we not, or?
We
'cause it's
did.
Not
We
fresh data.
Well,
really,
we
you know.
did, but Chapel Hill wasn't ready. And so what they're trying to do is, for the benefit of all county commissioners, all of us present in the same manner.
Okay.
And that way, there won't be questions, well, what was yours? You know, so, and that was one of the agreement, was for the district staff just to make the formatting look the same. And that way, it's easier for the commissioners to consume.
Yeah, I'll just add, we're trying to be as consistent as possible. But this, typically, we do share that data in the fall, but we didn't this year. Again, like Mr. Atherton said, Chapel Hill wasn't quite ready yet. But we did share our results with county commissioners separately.
Okay.
So that's probably, usually we would have shared it in the fall. So it is like late, and it's time for us to start in that accountability mode again. Yeah.
Carrie?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, with the, some of the data being shared, we had terrific data shared at our most recent student achievement committee meeting, and I was trying to think, is that data that is ready to share at that level, or is that more like internal? Because it's more like a check-in with some of our mid-year data, so I was just wondering if any of that was going to be shared in that setting.
No, it's more of a check-in. We're trying to keep it like high level, and again, in an effort to be consistent with Chapel Hill Carborough schools. I think it would be confusing to start looking at that, and it's really not official data. Right. And, you know, sometimes it takes us a while to understand that it's not official data, it's just benchmarking. But EOGs are really that high-level official state accountability data that we'll share.
What is the goal for these conversations? I mean, like, is, for example, on the budget conversation, is it our time to justify the budget to the county commissioners and explain why why the ask is so important?
Yeah, the intention is for us to share our budget and to put it in context. And I think that's why we start off with the data, the performance, what a fantastic job our district has done in really difficult times. And I think it's also, you know, well-known with the county that, you know, we have managed our budget really well, and we have not had the issues other districts have had in the state. So I think that is all part of the story to share with the county commissioners.
So that one of the main goals is to provide context, explain our budget, and get them thinking about it, get them to understand it. You said that we were also going to be discussing CTE.
Yes, so
what's the goal for
the
that?
presentation that was just shared, I'm not sure what the final presentation will be, but this was a request directly from the county commissioners to just understand from both schools what's going on in CTE. It wasn't a specific ask on any specific program, but more just a broad view. They hear about CTE and they hear about, you know, state awards and things, and they were just wanting to get a good broad view of what the program is. And we knew that we'd be presenting CTE tonight, so we knew that this could be some carryover. But again, some of this is trying to align with Chapel Hill. So, you know, statistics and numbers will be similar, but of course, program differences will come across as it's discussed, I'm sure.
Like you said, broad, and so I think a lot of our information is going to come off of the one-pager, CTE by the numbers. Again, it's like with small portion of just highlights that they requested.
And trying to keep within the time frame of the meeting too. That was the other concern is the more we're consistent with each district, the better we're going to be able to get through all of the items, and both districts will have adequate time to share their information as well.
Yeah, we know they also had asked Durham Tech for a CTE presentation, so I think they got that last week, or I think I got that last week. You know, so I'm just curious, because I know both of the teams are interested in exploring ways to work together, because the program, like Chapel Hill kids want to take our ag program, our ag courses, but they can't. And their healthcare is an area that I think both districts really want to do so much more with, and with Durham Tech. So how does that conversation come up, or is that way too much for this?
So we've agreed as a board that the top two discussions with the county on working together is mental health and the nursing. I don't believe we've ever discussed having a conversation about more work on CTE. That would have to be an agreement of or consensus of the board to go down that road.
And I just want to point out that students, we're two different school districts, so that is not something that I've seen done. I don't know that we can enroll students in another district across two districts. So I'm not sure what you're looking for, Ms. Hauser.
There's all kinds of challenges, for sure, and the question is, you know, the cost to replicate the CTE programs in both school districts, we just can't afford it. It's way too much money. So, because the capital cost for automotive lab, for example, is extraordinary, our fire classes are expensive, keeping teachers, sharing teachers is another possible way to do things. I don't have any answers. The only question is there, and it won't be Monday night, but should there be a way to start a conversation? Just start a conversation to say, is there a benefit to the districts working together? And not to, that's all.
Again, the board would need to decide that. Like, it would need to come from the board here that is something that we're all interested in doing.
Okay, is
I've
that
not
something
heard that, so.
are we interested in?
I raised my hand. Dr. Jones just stated that we are two different districts. Therefore, we cannot have other students come to our school if they're not enrolled in our schools. So I don't know how that would be a collaboration, but I would suggest that with the time limitations that we stay focused.
Sarah?
I mean, just adding on to this thought, I appreciate the ways that our staff members sometimes directly collaborate with Chapel Hill staff members and with folks at Durham Tech. You know, I think like that's ultimately where if they were to see opportunities that, I mean, we don't understand how any of it works, that they would elevate those. I do think, you know, the opportunity of like our strategic plan and like, what is our vision as a district? What do we want to provide to people like that? You know, to whatever extent, like we are thinking about the future of CTE and how that might evolve over time. Like, I mean, maybe there's some collaborative opportunity, but I think that would need to come, I think, from the staff as they're sort of looking for those opportunities.
Right. And yeah, there's no answers. There's obstacles for sure. What is obvious is some level of collaboration would be of great benefit to the two small school districts. We're one of, 15 counties that have two school districts. When it comes to CTE, that becomes, it's limiting. It's limiting in terms of what we can offer our kids. So if, you know, maybe we're not ready to have the conversation. Our two school districts love working together, and I think Durham Tech is part of that, and I would hope we could figure out a way to have Alamance community as part of that. But there's a question of it's a exploratory process, not a process to say, we're doing this. It's just a question of exploring it because it's coming, and it's coming fast, and we can do more if we've had the conversation. But if we want to do it on our own, then if that's the will of the board, that's the will of the board.
So that's just not accurate, Bonnie. Both of our districts collaborate all the time. The Summer Scholar Academy would not happen without the collaboration of both.
It's a good
We have a
example.
business advisory committee that meets, and we're both there together talking about it. These teams collaborate all the time. So
Exactly.
it's not fair to say they don't. You're wanting more than that, and I don't think we're limiting any of our programs. I've not had a single parent call me to tell me we are missing a course that they're not getting, whether it's from Alamance or from Durham Tech. And a lot of our students go to Alamance because it's convenient and closer. And so I just don't think it's fair to collaborate. I don't think it's fair to put it in that manner.
We're talking about very different things, but we're talking about different things. And so if you want, we could either disagree or we could table the conversation. But I'm just kind of surprised at the implication, that there's no value. When I look at the charts that were put together by our people of our courses and how complementary that we have courses, that the courses that we offer, they don't, the courses that they offer, we don't. And so you sit there and go, and we can't afford to offer all those courses.
We're not having the request to offer all those courses. I challenge you to give us a single email and the time we've been on
It's
the
not coming from
board.
the board, but our staff is, the staff is, as you said, the staff is collaborating, they love working together. Question is, do we take it further, and would there be a benefit? But that's fine, I think we're not ready to have the conversation.
I just want to give a shout out to the Summer Careers Academy. That is outside the school year. That is like the place where this can function, and that's grown from nothing and really uses those spaces across districts. But I don't see it at all feasible. I mean, we don't swap kids in different districts for different classes. That's just, I don't know why we would start that. That just seems non-feasible.
It'd be 45 minutes on a bus there.
Yeah, I don't
and
think
take an
that's
hour.
something that is feasible, so.
And we don't even move students from Orange High to Cedar Ridge and Cedar Ridge to Orange High that are offering different courses. Like woodworking is not offered at Orange High School, it's at Cedar Ridge. So if a child wanted to do that, he'd have to go to Cedar Ridge, and we're not even thinking about that. I mean, it was moved there, and that's where it's been, if you want to.
The collaboration is happening through the community college relationships. They have teachers, their
Always
teachers,
has.
so it's just a process, a way to do it. I'm just gonna, I'll drop it.
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to
Second.
adjourn, we have a second. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor, aye? Aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.